I'm sorry, Karen, did it pass? It's okay. So motion carries. 2.0 special presentations and recognitions, and I will now turn item 2 recognition water polo team over to Ms. Maria Garcia.
Thank you, President Ceballos. Good evening. My name is Maria Garcia, and I'm proud to serve San Bernardino City Unified as Communications Manager. Today, the Board of Education will recognize the San Bernardino High School Girls Varsity Water Polo Team for capturing the CIF Southern Section Division 5 Championship. The San Bernardino High School Girls Varsity Water Polo Team just capped an extraordinary season by competing last week for the CIF Southern Section Division 5 State Championship, a milestone that reflects months of discipline, resilience, and unwavering commitment. Reaching the finals is not simply about talent. It represents one of the highest levels of high school athletic competition in Southern California, where teams battle through a rigorous playoff bracket against top-ranked teams. At this time, I would like to start by asking our board members to gather at the front of the dais as I prepare to call our honorees forward. Executive Cabinet, would you please make your way along the ramp of the dais as well? Audience, this remarkable achievement reflects months of dedication, discipline, teamwork, and resilience. And it is the second time in the school's history since the 90s for the girls' water polo team to reach this level of success. These student athletes represented San Bernardino High School with pride, determination, and true sportsmanship all season long, demonstrating what it means to compete at the highest levels. We're incredibly proud of their hard work and the example that they set for students across our district. At this time, we're going to recognize each member of the championship team. We will start our recognition by inviting San Bernardino High School Principal Ana Sosa to please come forward. And would Athletic Director Mr. Pat Mills and Head Water Polo Coach Jason Mendoza also please come forward at this time? And now for our recognition of our student athletes. San Bernardino High School Varsity Girls Water Polo team members, when your name is called, please make your way to the front. I will read the individual names of the athletes and you will also see them on the screens. Okay, apparently it is the very first championship in the history of the school for girls water polo. We're going to start with Patricia Aguilar. Amisadai Urana Hevsiba Urana, Emily Azurdia, Evelyn Estrada, team members, if we can have you line up right here near the board members because photos will be taken. Evelyn Estrada. Diana Garcia. Alina Hernandez. Marlene Lopez. Ariel Marquez. Savannah Martinez. Saraí Mendez. Chenny Moreira. Ruby Perez Lima. Giselle Rosas. And last but not least, Teresa Vargas. Audience, let's give them another round of applause. We also extend our appreciation to head coach Mr. Jason Mendoza and the rest of the coaching staff for their leadership and guidance throughout this championship season. In fact, assistant coaches Luis Montiel and Raven Solar, please stand to be recognized. On behalf of the San Bernardino City Unified School District Board of Education, congratulations on your CIF Southern Section Division 5 win. We are proud of you and we look forward to your continued success. At this time, we will gather for photos. I believe that our student athletes have also received certificates of recognition from our Assembly member Eloise Gomez Reyes, Senator Eloise Gomez Reyes. And they were also recognized yesterday by Supervisor Joe Baca Jr. If you have a certificate, if you could proudly hold it. Audience, let's give the Lady Cardinals and their coaches another round of applause. Thank you, members of the board and cabinet. Would you kindly return to your seats on the dais? This concludes this evening's special presentation. At this time, I'll turn the floor over to Board President Mayra Ceballos. Thank you.
Oh my God, how amazing is that? Making history. Let's give them another round of applause, please. Congratulations, ladies. We are so proud of you. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to 3.0 public comments. This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda and within their subject matter jurisdiction, such as district policies, procedures, programs, services, or fiscal matters. The board must operate under Brown Act open meeting regulations, which prevents boards from commenting on items not on the agenda to ensure transparency and public participation in government decision-making. The reason is simple. The board wants to make sure that anyone who has an opinion on an item knows via our posted agenda when we will be discussing it as a board. During public comments, the board can ask clarifying questions but cannot discuss, answer questions, or ask questions on a topic that is not agendized. We're certainly happy that you are here to let us know your concerns. Please know that we are listening to your voices and your input is valued. If a follow-up is required on your comment, a staff member will reach out to you. Please make sure your email or phone number is provided on your comment form so that they may contact you. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes per person. 6 or more people who wish to speak on one topic will be provided no more than 30 minutes total. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. So first up, we would like to call our teen music workshop, Mr. Brian Wing, and anybody else. So welcome. So I do have the forms submitted. Like I had mentioned, we have a total of 30 minutes combined. So I don't know if you have one particular speaker that's going to speak on behalf of the group, you can go ahead and move up to the mic. Welcome.
Can you hear me? Right on. All right. Well, as far as one speaker goes, I'm just going to be the opening of the floodgate. Not going to be too much, but I will definitely be the initiation. But first off, I would like to say good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First, giving honor to God, the school board, the cabinet, and to each and every one of you. It's truly a pleasure to be here today. My name is Jumani Chess. I'm a former student of the program and now the dance and performance director of your San Bernardino's Teen Music Workshop. And today, we'd like to come before you and just to acknowledge how great it's been to be able to represent the District of San Bernardino all throughout Southern California and for the first time ever, Atlanta. And so, woo! As well as we would like to acknowledge and show some awesome highlights today and show some of the students' accomplishments who are with you today. Thank you.
Hi, okay. My name is Sarah Kazi, and I'm 15 years old, a freshman in high school at Cajon, and it is now my 5th year being in this program. So I've been in this program since I was in 5th grade. And throughout these 5 years, I have obtained growth, passion, and many opportunities that bring me closer to my dream of becoming a musician. One of my favorites has been opening for the Temptations, but by far, my most favorite and most memorable experience was performing at Atlanta, Georgia for the National School Board meeting this past year. To further showcase the amazing opportunities found within this program, I'd like to present you guys with this video.
There is some amazing talent being trained at the San Bernardino Teen Music Workshop. These young artists are learning from professionals and getting to do some professional gigs.
And for the first time, they'll perform on a national stage. Headline Empire reporter Leticia Juarez has this all good news story.
Is my sister. We're powerful and mighty when we stand together. If anyone attacks my brother, they're attacking me. The strength to defend us will be there when we need. We are one. 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 We are one.
Now when you hear any noise, it ain't the voices making sound. Yes, his name is not, and the feeling's right. Oh, yes, his name is not, oh, what
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Kaylin Ruiz. I am a sophomore at Cajon High School, and today I wanted to talk about the event that we are hosting next door at the Sturgis Theater on March 15th. It is the Guitar Center Foundation Spirit of Community Music Award Show from 4 to 6 p.m. at Sturgis Theater. This show will include performances from Grammy Award winning artists, multi-platinum artists, several surprise guests, and SBC USD's very own Soul Point. During the show, we will also be honoring the SBC USD School Board, our amazing superintendent, and two outstanding VAPA staff with the prestigious Guitar Center Music Foundation Spirit of Community Music Award. This show will be a show you won't want to miss. Thank you.
Hello, good evening to you all. My name is Mariela Munier. I am a 7th grade student from Pacuma K through 8th and a member of Team Music Workshop and their advanced band Soul Point. Tonight, I'd like to tell you all about our upcoming performance for the American Entertainers Award Show at the Saban Theater in Beverly Hills on Saturday, April 4th. And I know that this will be an amazing show since we will get to perform with some amazing artists such as Jeffrey Osborne, Verdine White from Earth, Wind, and Fire, and one of our favorite groups, Terror. It's so amazing to think that all these amazing artists that shaped music history have asked my group Soul Point to play with them. I know that this show will be just unforgettable. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Janelle Samayo. I'm a sophomore at Cone High School and a vocalist for TMW and Soul Point. I'm speaking on behalf of the students in the program. As a student, we all appreciate this program a lot. We've been given opportunities that as a student, we wouldn't imagine being able to do, such as performing with well-known artists like CeCe Rain and performing at theme parks like Disneyland. As a vocalist, I feel like I have improved so much and I've made many great friendships with other students in the program that I would never have met if it wasn't for the program. All of the staff are very welcoming and understanding, and I especially appreciate the vocal teachers as they have helped me so much. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Aaron Aboitis, and I am an 11th grader at Arroyo Valley High School. I want to thank the superintendent and the Board of Ed for making Team Music Workshop a possibility for kids like me. I am a student on the spectrum who struggles to fit in school, but I found my second home in TMW. I love Team Music Workshop because it has given me a place to learn music, have fun, make friends, and perform. It has also helped me become more confident. For me, the arts, especially music, are not optional. Music is one of the few things that truly makes me happy. Thank you for your time.
Hi everyone, my name's Haley Jansen and I'm a 7th grade student at Richardson Prep and a vocalist, Teen Music Workshop in Soul Point. Now we'd like to present a special gift to Mr. Terry Komnick for also going above and beyond for SBC USD students. Can Mr. Komnick please come down here? This tribute guitar is from Teen Music Workshop's induction into the American Entertainment Hall of Fame as the Best Student Performance Group. I think you'll find this as an especially cool gift because it's signed by some amazing artists that we had the honor to perform with, such as David Longoria, a Grammy Award-winning artist, Evelyn Champagne King, Jimmy Fox from the Group Chick, Christian Love from the Beach Boys, and many others.
Actually better to carry it like this. Okay. Can we All right, thank you very much for your time today. So let's give these kids another hand. They worked really hard this last year. Every year I tell them, you know, this is going to be the biggest thing you do, but it never ends up being that way. When we got a call about doing the show in April with Verdine White, my favorite from Earth, Wind, and Fire, no one has better stage presence than that guy. And then some of our other favorite bands, Tierra, you know, Southern California band that made good. And of course, who else we have playing at that one? Verdine White. Kids. Oh my gosh, I just saw Jeffrey Osborne at Yamava, and I can't remember who it is, so I'm getting old. So thank you so much. You guys have supported us now for 16 years, maybe 17. We really appreciate it. We could not do any of this stuff without your support. As you can see, we really like the kids being up here. I don't think I ever talk at these meetings at all, but I just wanted to thank you guys personally, and thank Terry personally. You know, you've done so much for our program over the last couple of years, making sure that we've secured the funding that we need to run the program. So hopefully we can continue to do that. And hopefully there'll never be a best show. There's always going to be one better coming up. I told them there's no such thing as the International School Board meeting in Hawaii or the Bahamas, but I don't think they believe me. So maybe that is in the future. We'll see. Thank you very much.
Wow. Amazing work that this group is doing. Thank you so much for coming out and for reminding us of the amazing work that you do and for making our district shine year after year. So thank you so much. All right, we will continue with our public comments. Up next, we have Ms. SBTA President, Ms. Barbara Paschek Cox.
Good evening, President Ceballos and Vice President Avilés Grande and esteemed members of the board and cabinet. My name is Barbara Paschek Cox, and I stand before you tonight as the proud president for the San Bernardino Teachers Association, and not just as an individual, but as the voice of over 3,000 educators who show up each and every day, dedicated to shaping our students' futures. As we recognize Women's History Month, we're reminded that the story of progress is written by women who refused to be overlooked. In 1776, Abigail Adams urged our nation's founders to remember the ladies. That call still echoes today. To remember the ladies means more than celebration. It means action. It means ensuring women's leadership is valued, their work is respected, their voices are heard. In public education, women lead classrooms, guide campuses, support families, and shape futures every single day. When we invest in educators, we support fair agreements. When we work in partnership, we are not just honoring women's history, we're actively shaping women's futures. Let us continue to build schools where every girl sees her potential reflected back at her, and every educator feels valued for the work that they do. Because when we truly remember the ladies, we strengthen not only our schools, we strengthen our entire community. Finally, we want to express our sincere appreciation to the board for your role in approving our successful negotiations with the district. Strong partnerships lead to positive outcomes, and this agreement reflects our shared commitment in supporting educators and ultimately our students. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your continued support for our schools. Good night.
Thank you so much. Up next, we have Antoinette Hatch. Ms. Hatch. All right, we will move on to our next public comment. Patricia Davenport.
Good evening. I have to put my glasses on, I see. My name is Patricia Davenport. I'm a grandparent of 8 children, 6 of which attend school at San Bernardino City Unified. I worked for special education for 13 years at San Bernardino until I retired last year. I have two things I want to comment on. First is Chavez Middle School. Miss Bohemian, who's the vice principal, went above and beyond to help when my grandson's report card came home, and it said he needed improvement and he had poor progress, but he had an A, an A, an A, and a B, so it kind of contradicted it. So she went and it was an error, so got it fixed. The important part was that he got his high honors award, and I wanted to say also that what the teachers at Chavez are very educated. They're enriching to the children. They empower them to be good students to the community, and we appreciate all they do. So the second issue is regarding North Park Elementary. There was a community meeting February 26th in the North Park community with approximately 30 attendees. One of the guest speakers was Miss Colleen Maroney from North Park. Before Miss Maroney spoke, I went up and introduced myself. I asked her if she knew who I was, and she responded no. I would have thought she would have remembered me from November when I was in the office upset about the school not informing parents of the hand, foot, and mouth disease. The principal was never available to meet with me. My daughter was 8 months pregnant. The disease could pass on to babies, and she could have a stillborn baby. So that was important. I called the district. They agreed, and then a parent square went out that same day, which helped inform everybody in the community that there was an issue. I asked Ms. Maroney to speak with her after the meeting, and she said okay. During her speech, she made the following comment, which you guys can determine the meaning of it. She said that her and her staff are beginning to welcome the community back to the school after the tragic event. The tragic event happened 4/17/17. You figure out what that means. I'm not going to read into it. Next, she indicated they needed volunteers for upcoming events, reading to the kids and other things they were going to do. She stated to come by the school if you wanted to volunteer. Never mentioned volunteering requires a background check, a TB shot, and whatever else. She and her staff have never called upon those of us that are approved to volunteer to come to the school and help. And I'm at that school every day, picking up kids, delivering kids. So, two community members asked if the school district had a standardized veterans program and if the police came to the school and talked with the students about respects, compliance to the officers, etc. Various community members answered, but Mrs. Maroney said sometimes the officers come by and play with the students. I respectfully ask who can answer those questions so I can report back to our community group. We'll have it in the next 3 months. After the meeting, I turned around to go talk to Mrs. Maroney, but she had left. Several people just looked at me like, what happened? When I have gone to the school regarding the issues with the school, the principal is never available. I have worked with other staff and the principal never returns my calls. I went to the school Friday after the meeting, left a message, and still no response to today. Then why hand out your business card if you're not going to answer? When I asked Miss Rooney if she knew who I was, because 5 of my grandchildren attend North Park. Davenport, she should recognize it. There's 5 of them there. So I don't know if she doesn't know the students. I know my grandkids are good students. They're never in trouble, but she would think that she'd know names. One would think she could correlate a name. Does she not know the students? Why does she not attend the awards ceremony? Well, I have learned a valuable lesson. If you want help, call Mrs. Bueller, the vice principal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davenport. And I just want to say I recognize you, and I appreciate the work that you did over at Richardson. And I didn't know you were retired, so I hope you're enjoying your retirement. All right, I believe Ms. Hatch had maybe gone to the restroom. Is she back? Ms. Hatch?
Sorry about that. Okay, good evening, members of the board. My name is Antoinette Hatch, and I am a parent at Newmark Elementary School of a student at Newmark Elementary School. I am here tonight to formally request a board-level review regarding ongoing concerns involving office conduct, communication practices, and a broader culture of fear among staff. First, I have experienced repeated unprofessional conduct from the school office, specifically involving the school secretary, Dina Carreras. I have been informed by multiple individuals present in the office that I have been referred to as the stupid Hatch lady when I call. I was also told that my calls were intentionally left unanswered by Dina or placed on hold unnecessarily rather than properly documented for a callback when a teacher was unavailable. Second, I have had repeated concerns regarding the student health aide who has failed to identify herself during my calls to the school and has communicated in a manner I experience as dismissive and very unprofessional. A restorative conversation was proposed after I was informed that she desired to meet. I agreed in good faith. However, I have since been told that she is unavailable and no timeline can be provided. Restorative conversations are very important, but delays should not prevent board-level reviews of systematic concerns. While I appreciate Principal Dr. Ledesma at Newmark Elementary School's willingness to speak with me, I was asked by Dr. Ledesma why professionalism and staff identification matters to me. Respectfully, those are baseline expectations in any educational institution. Professional communication protects parents, staff, and students by ensuring clarity and also accountability. Beyond my personal experiences, I am deeply concerned about the overall climate at Newmark. Several teachers have expressed anonymously concerns regarding poor communication from office administration and inconsistent school notifications. Some have indicated they fear retaliation if they speak up. I have also been informed that certain office staff feel fearful about raising concerns with administration due to how parent complaints are handled and concerns about retaliation. when both teachers and office staff feel they cannot safely voice concerns that signals a systematic issue. This goes beyond one conflict, it speaks to school culture. I do have a restorative conversation scheduled tomorrow with the secretary, and I do look forward to that first step towards resolution. However, the conduct described has occurred during her probationary period, I'm assuming, and I respectfully request that these documented concerns be considered in evaluating professional standards and job performance. Today, I am asking members of the board to ensure transparency, accountability, and protection to staff and teachers who are afraid to use their voice. I respectfully request consideration of an independent review or investigation that allows staff to be interviewed confidentially and without fear of retaliation. This is not about conflict. It is about restoring professionalism, trust, and safe communication at Newmark Elementary, where my daughter attends. And with that said, thank you for your time and your consideration and allowing me to speak tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Hatch. And I believe that is all for our public comments. So we will go ahead and move on to 4.0 public hearing, 4.1 public hearing regarding the charter renewal petition for Hardy Brown College Prep. On January 29th, On January 29, 2026, Margaret Fortune, lead petitioner for Hardy Brown College Prep, submitted a charter renewal petition to the Charter School Operations Department. The Board of Education will hold a public hearing to consider the level of support for the charter petition. There's no vote at this time. The charter is allotted 30 minutes total for the petitioner and any public speakers on this topic. I will now turn it over to Ms. Ernestine Hopwood.
Thank you, President Ceballos and Mary Ellen Aviles Grande, our Vice President, and esteemed board and cabinet and community. Tonight we have before us Hardy Brown College Prep, who's put in a petition for renewal for 5 years. And this school was opened in 2010, approved by the board at that time in 2009. The staff findings for this charter will be made public on April 6th. At that time, you will all receive a copy, as well as Hardy Brown College Prep, and it will be posted on our district's website. The final vote will take place on April 21st. And without any delay, I'll introduce you to Hardy Brown College Prep founder, Dr. Margaret Fortune.
Thank you so much for having us tonight. We're pleased to present in this public hearing. My name is Dr. Margaret Fortune. I'm the founder of Hardy Brown College Prep. I also want to recognize the founding grandmother of Hardy Brown College Prep, Joette Spencer Campbell. She's with us tonight. She is one of the founders of Concerned African American Parents of San Bernardino and a board member for Fortune School of Education. We also have our namesake, Hardy Brown, past president of San Bernardino City Board of Education and publisher of the Black Voice News. He is joined by Mrs. Cheryl Brown. The school was opened in 2010. It's a TK through 8 school with 316 scholars. We also have a preschool with ages 2 through 5. It is an independent licensed preschool. This is a high-performing school. It has been recognized as a U.S. News and World Report Best Elementary School 2 years running, 2025 and 2026. It's located downtown at 655 West 2nd Street. I want to talk a little bit about governance and parent engagement. We have a 5-member board of directors. We have an elected school site council that includes parents, teachers, and students. We have a parent academy, which is a parent education program focused on how to get your kids to college. We also have parent ambassadors who are our superstar volunteers. In addition, we have a parent cafe program, which is focused on meeting parents where they are to support their social and emotional health. I want to introduce the team that you're going to hear from tonight. Rafi Bell, the principal, Dr. Celeste Morgan, the assistant principal, Wes Pepper, the chief academic officer, Dr. Dominic Zarecki, the director of data analytics and strategy, and Jessica Castellanos, director of special education. Dr. Zarecki?
Thank you, Dr. Fortune. So our demographics at Hardy Brown College Prep, we serve 90% socioeconomically disadvantaged students, 65% Black, 25% Latino, 7% two or more races. We also serve 5% English learners, 10% students with IEPs. And in terms of academic achievement and growth, it's very strong at Hardy Brown College Prep. The Charter School Growth Fund did an analysis like the state's old similar school rank. It labeled Hardy Brown College Prep's achievement as well above expectations in both ELA and math. Additionally, our science performance earned green on the California School Dashboard. In terms of growth, Hardy Brown College Prep scores improved rapidly, as you can see, from 2017 to 2019, and then grew rapidly again from 2024 to 2025. Hardy Brown College Prep even earned a rating of accelerated for both ELA and math on the new growth metric reported on the California School Dashboard. Next, I'd like to introduce Rafi Bell, the principal of Hardy Brown College Prep.
Good evening, board. It is an honor to be here. I am Mr. Bell. I'm a proud graduate of Arroyo Valley High School. Go Hawks. I went on to Grambling State University in Louisiana to get my BA in psychology and then my master's in education at Stanford University. And I'm honored to serve as the proud principal here in San Bernardino. Our academic program is built on 5 pillars: high expectations, choice and commitment, more time, focus on results, and citizenship. High expectations shows up in our instructional model. We set the tone for learning by establishing a culture of high expectations characterized by clear routines and procedures for scholars. We teach standards-aligned materials that ensure scholars do the heavy lifting and utilize discourse to understand and master concepts across subjects. We use common assessments, pacing guides, unit plans, and lesson plans across grade levels. We differentiate instruction for students using centers and strategic interventions, and we promote a culture of planning, professional development, and teamwork for instructional and operational staff.
We've adopted high-quality instructional materials. Our TK scholars learn from the curriculum called Benchmark to Assess, and Ready to Assess. Our kindergarten through first grade scholars using ELA and humanities, they are learning from EL education. Our second grade through fourth grade scholars for ELA are learning from Journeys. Our kindergarten scholars through 8th grade scholars, when it comes to math, are learning from Achievement First. For second grade through 8th grade science, our curriculum is called Amplify. And all of our curricula they include SADI strategies for our EL learners.
Our second pillar is choice and commitment. At the beginning of the school year, before the start of school, we invite all of our parents and our scholars to campus. We hand them a copy of our Scholar Parent Handbook, and we go over it in detail, everything from our uniform to our honor roll policy to promotion requirements. At the back of that handbook is a commitment to excellence contract. Our scholars sign it, our parents sign it, and our teachers sign it at the beginning of the year, committing to giving our best for the academic and character development of our scholars. And then when our scholars get to 4th grade, they can participate in a plethora of clubs. We have our cheerleaders here tonight. We have our NAACP Junior Youth Council. We have our Girl Scouts. We have basketball team, our drum line, and our flag football team.
Our third pillar is more time. We have 175 days of instruction. We also do an additional 16 days of intercession, as well as 8 Saturday schools. We have an extended day bell schedule that starts at 7:45 and ends at 4 p.m. This leads to having extended blocks for ELA, math, science, and humanities. We use these extended blocks to put in specific targeted instructional time for small groups of scholars. We also use iReady, an asynchronous tool to allow scholars to receive additional support at the level they are at to close performance gaps. Finally, once we hit April, we have what we call Performance Task Wednesday. Throughout the school year, we usually end at 2 on those days to do professional development. But once we hit April, we extend the day for scholars to do additional practice on performance tasks.
Focus on results refers to us being a data-driven environment. But when it comes to weekly data meetings, we recognize and reinforce effective reteaching practices. We analyze and address prevalent misconceptions. We design targeted reteach lessons based on data insights. We determine opportunities for reassessment to ensure mastery. For professional development, we conduct weekly instructional observations using transparent, research-aligned effectiveness rubrics. We provide individualized coaching from principals and master teachers to strengthen instructional practice, and we utilize the See It, Name It, Do It coaching model to study exemplars, identify targeted growth areas, and practice with real-time feedback.
And our final pillar is citizenship. It is our mission to graduate high-achieving students of good character prepared for college and citizenship in our democracy. We use character counts. Second step, we reinforce positive behavior using Class Dojo. And when our scholars enter into our middle school, we extend them an opportunity to travel to our nation's capital as well as New York City.
As a director of special education, I bring 32 years of experience. We partner with our El Dorado County Charter SELPA. We have a robust special education department, which includes myself, our assistant director, our principal, our assistant principal, education specialist, behaviorist, school psychologist, speech pathologist, occupational therapist, and special education aides. We have a specific special education referral process that we follow for parent requests for assessments and initials, and we follow Ed Code. In addition, we make sure that we provide initial IEPs, and IEPs are developed and implemented with parent input and consent. We hold annuals and 3-year eligibility reviews, and for interim placements, they are accepted and scholars are provided with comparable services with a 30-day meeting to review placement and progress. We value parent engagement and concerns, and we ensure that FAPE, free and appropriate public education, while maintaining collaborative partnerships. We also have a robust referral for our 504 in our Fortune Section 504 procedural guidebook, as well as our referral process for special education.
We'd be happy to respond to any questions, and we certainly invite the board members and any members of the staff who would like to take a tour of Hardy Brown College Prep. Thank you. We have 10 members of our school community who would like to make public comment as a part of this hearing.
Sure. So at this time, if there aren't any questions, which it looks like we don't, we will move to the public comments.
Thank you, Dr. Fortune. Really appreciate all that you've done. And Hardy Brown College Prep does make a difference in our community. Mr. Brown has ALS, as most of you know, many of you know, and he is, it's being affected, it affects his speech. So he wrote something for me to read, and I'm going to do that for him now. Madam President, board members, superintendent in his absence, I'm here to request that you support the charter renewal petition for Hardy Brown College Prep Charter School when it appears before you at a later date after this public hearing. It was a humbling experience when Margaret Fortune and some parents led by Joette Campbell came to me some 15 years ago wanting to name a charter school in my name. They cited my service on this board, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, as a part of selecting me for this honor and what it would be for their children. They have not let me down. They've given me more than I've given to them. When I go to Kaiser for medical appointments, I'm surprised when the medical staff person might say, "Oh, you're Hardy Brown. That school that my kid attends," or "My kid likes that school." I get the same responses at my church or at any event I might attend in the community. I'm equally impressed by the enthusiasm of the parents at the school. In closing, about staff, I will quote Dr. Fortune. We all choose to be in this environment, so we have to be committed. That means we will do whatever it takes in order for our students to succeed. This is why the children are achieving. The parents are happy, the community is proud of the school in this district, and thank you for your support. Hardy Brown.
Good evening, board members. My name is Joette Spencer Campbell, and I am a founding board member of Hardy Brown College Prep. I worked for San Bernardino City Unified School District for 28 years as a classified employee and member of Chapter 183. All of my children attended and graduated from San Bernardino schools. During my 18 years with the district, my last 18 years with the district, I served as sociological services specialist. In that role, I saw many of the same obstacles I had faced as a parent. I did not believe the deficit was in our children. They should not be penalized for the barriers their parents face. In 2006, I met with others who shared my beliefs, and we created Hardy Brown College Prep. Our first year test scores proved that point. With a student population that was 99% Black, we dispelled the myth that our children couldn't achieve at the levels of their peers. Test scores were 802 and 804. The issue was never their ability. Given high expectations, access, and opportunity, they could succeed. Hardy Brown College Prep changed our community and conversations of acceptable norms around education and poor people. My faith in God that designed me, this community that built me, led me to this work for this community that I work in, live in, and I love. A rising tide lifts all boats. Thank you very much.
Good evening, board. I am Dominique White and
Jackson
Jackson what?
Banks
And you are?
in second grade.
A second grade scholar at Hardy Brown College Prep. Thank you so much for hearing from us this evening. Listen, nearly 20 years ago, I was part of the early community assessment work with Blue Educational Foundation that helped launch Hardy Brown. The theme of those listening sessions was I See a School. We gathered input from families about what they needed and desired for their children. At that time, I wasn't a parent, just an educational advocate who believed deeply in the vision. Fast forward to today. I am now a parent of two young men. 7 and 1. Y'all pray for me. Amen. We initially enrolled at another charter school in the district whose marketing promised to be for the children. After our first year, I learned they were for the children at their convenience. Because of my background in advocacy, I found myself having to be both mom and constant advocate just to ensure that my child's needs were met. That experience led me full circle back to Hardy Brown. After thoroughly reviewing how the school had grown and evolved, we made the decision to transition, and it has been incredible. At Hardy Brown, my son and I are seen, heard, respected, and supported. He is thriving. Even he has noticed the difference between the two schools. Hardy Brown is truly committed to supporting the whole child. They are creating well-rounded, college-ready scholars through a balanced schedule that includes rigorous academics, high expectations, arts, music, meditation, and more. I am grateful to stand in this full circle moment. We are grateful to stand in this full circle moment. from advocate helping launch the vision to now parent and experiencing its impact. I am excited about where Hardy Brown is headed and urge you to renew their charter. Thank you so much for your time.
Greetings and good evening. My name is Lysandra Jones, and I am a parent of a scholar, 5th grade, Marcel Jones Kirk. He's going to speak on his own. I'm here because I am a resident of San Bernardino. Actually, I work at Cal State San Bernardino for more than 12 years now and higher ed for more than 20 years. When I thought about Hardy Brown, I thought about my why. I needed a school to be impactful. I needed him to be educationally impacted. I needed his community to be impactful, and ultimately his life to be impactful. So when I chose Hardy Brown and all the schools I passed to get there, I chose them because they take the moment to listen to the parents and address their concerns fairly. He's involved in basketball and play football, and now he's also in band. He plays an alto sax or something, I don't know, but he's also a straight A honor roll student. So they not only show up academia, he's not just a test scorer, he is a student, he is a person. That's why I chose Hardy Brown. I chose Hardy Brown because my son, as a single parent, is a young Black man living in San Bernardino County, where in 2026 we are still being overlooked and marginalized. Hardy Brown sees him, they hear him, he knows his teachers, he knows everybody, and they all know him. When I pull up, they say, "Oh, you're Marcel's mom." That's impactful for us. So as you all look to vote, not just at numbers, look at the impact that it does for our scholars. Thank you.
Hello, members of the school board. As been told by my mom, I am Marcel Jones Kirk, and I'm a proud student of Hardy Brown College Prep. Even though this is my first year here, I've already got honor roll for my first trimester, and I'm proud to get it, not just because of my own grades, but because of my teachers and principal. This school was very serendipitous for me, but it turned out to be one of the best things that happened. I participate in basketball and band, and it shaped my mindset to be a better person and better individual in my community. Hardy Brown is a family that can support you for 8 hours, and that's why we should continue it going. It's a home for many, and this is why I attend there.
Good afternoon. Well, it's evening. Being one of the founding teachers of Hardy Brown College Prep in San Bernardino has been one of the greatest honors of my life. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Sharnita Heron. I am, as I just mentioned, a founding teacher. I've been here since the doors opened in 2010, and I am on my, fifth season? I have been with Hardy Brown since 2010. I took a quick dip over to Egypt to teach in Egypt, and then I came right back because this is my home. So when the doors first opened, we weren't just starting a school, we were building a vision rooted in excellence, structure, love, and the unwavering belief that our children deserve access to high quality education right here in our community. I kept hearing vision, and allow me to state our vision: to provide the highest standard of education and develop students to their fullest potential. And as you just saw a young scholar mention, he is developing his fullest potential, and it gave me great pride to see his mother speak as well in testimony to his accomplishments. Our mission to graduate high-achieving students of good character, prepared for college and citizenship in a democratic society, gives me great pride, because the work that I do every day is showing that what I'm putting forth my effort into, that I get a chance to see our scholars, even as they grow and go to other schools and graduate from Hardy Brown as going into high school. And now we have parents who are asking, well, when are we going to have a high school? Well, I see a school. In those early days, we wore many hats. We built systems, created culture, set expectations, and most importantly, built relationships. We weren't just teaching lessons, we were shaping mindsets, nurturing confidence, and helping scholars see themselves as college-bound from the very beginning. Watching our students grow into leaders, graduates, and change makers reminds me that what we started was bigger than a school. It was a movement and hope and opportunity in San Bernardino. And I'm forever proud to have been part of its foundation. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, board members and cabinet. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Jennifer Carballo, and I am the proud middle school ELA teacher at Hardy Brown College Prep. I have been at Hardy Brown for now 2 academic years, and what I love most about our school is the rigor and the high expectations that we set for our scholars. Time and time again, I have seen my scholars meet these rigorous expectations. I have seen them love learning, grow their love of learning in so many of my students, especially those students who have transitioned in, who have felt that school may have been hard for them, that have felt that maybe it has been too challenging for them, and they came in and they have seen that it's not too late, especially with our middle school students as they've gotten older. I've seen this love grow, and because of Hardy Brown, I feel extremely confident that my scholars will not only succeed academically, but that they will be successful beyond our doors, and that they are able to achieve anything that they set their minds to, and that they're able to set those personal goals and achieve them because we have given them those tools to be successful in life. Thank you.
Good evening, Hardy Brown and members of the school board committee. My name is Boston Haddon, and I am a proud graduate of the class 2034. I would like to thank Mr. Bell and Dr. Morgan for giving me this opportunity to speak today. My academic and personal experience at Hardy Brown has greatly influenced my growth. Diversity has played a significant role in my journey. From ages 5 to 10, I rarely saw people who looked like me. That changed when I entered middle school at Hardy Brown. Here I found a community where I could see myself reflected and experience the incandescent diversity. I have met students from many backgrounds, which has enriched my perspective. Hardy Brown also stands out for its strong academic programs. While all the middle school classes are excellent, I especially appreciate the music, history, English, and science courses. The teachers constantly push me to challenge me to do my best. Without their support, I would have not achieved honor roll and principal's honor roll several times. I remember when I was doubting myself during an English test, and my English teacher motivated me and I persevered. This is the type of work Hardy Brown brings. Hardy Brown brings in the higher-ups who motivate and encourage people to do better. The school offers a wide choice of electives. I have participated in band, choir, piano, basketball, and the NAACP. I got the chance to run for president of the NAACP committee. Even though I did not win, it taught me valuable lessons in leadership and perseverance. It also showed me that I am capable of pursuing success even when I do not win or succeed. I still succeed in trying my best. Finally, I want to highlight the pillars of high expectation and focus on results. These principles not only support academic achievement, but also prepare us for real-world challenges. Thank you, Hardy Brown and the school board here today for allowing me to speak today and for the opportunity to spend my 7th and 8th grades here. I am grateful for this chance to grow.
Good evening. My name is Joy Eziorba. My name is Gloria Eziorba, and we are twins in the 6th grade class of 2036. Me and my sister have earned honor roll every trimester for the last 7 years of being in this amazing school. And Gloria and I were both valedictorians in kinder, and I was the salutatorian for 5th grade. And I was a valedictorian for 5th grade. And we are currently on our journey of achieving great leadership when we graduate. I participate in the school's band, choir, NAACP, and basketball team. Ever since I've attended Hardy Brown, I enjoyed how the teachers encourage us to try our best and to keep going even when it's hard. This has made me be more persistent and have more self-confidence.
I participate in basketball, band, choir, and NAACP. This school has taught me how to speak up, and this really happened because, like, an NAACP, we had an election, and I was running for vice president, and I was speaking up and making posters, and that really helped me to advocate for myself.
In all, Hardy Brown College Prep doesn't only provide a great education, it also provides a great future.
And this school is not just a regular school, it's a home.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Roland Akpabio. I am in the 6th grade, the class of 2036. I've been at this school for 7 years. I've participated in NAACP, the basketball team, and band. Over the years of being in Hardy Brown College Prep, I've earned honor roll almost every trimester, not because I'm only smart, but because of my teachers. You see, my teachers help me with support, encouragement, and their helpfulness. I believe that I would have never gotten honor roll without my teachers' help. I believe that every voice should be heard, not only in this school, but at different schools, just like how my voice was heard. At this school, every voice is heard. Thank you, everyone.
That's all of our speakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I believe we do have some questions, comments. Ms. Medina?
Thank you so much for coming down, and it does power by the people. All of you here do show the amount of support Hardy Brown College Prep has. So thank you for joining us today. I do have a couple of questions with regards to many great students spoke up, and a few already graduated, or at least now in transition into high school. What does that transition look like? Do many of the students go into our high schools here in the district, or do they go somewhere else? And is there a program that helps with the transition?
So most of our students end up in the San Bernardino City schools and your high schools. We go to the 8th grade. And let me ask our principal if he could just speak to some of the experiences you've had in terms of transitioning our 8th graders.
So we have, personally, even I was a teacher at Hardy Brown before the principal, and it was my goal to make sure our scholars are prepared for our middle college high school right here in San Bernardino. And so even as principal, every year we make sure that their name is in that pot. And so that is the school that we're constantly, making sure they prepare for. But yeah, a lot of our scholars, we have scholars here tonight from Cajon. We have Adira here, and I asked her when I saw her tonight, how are you doing in high school? Did we prepare you? Oh, absolutely. So I'm glad to see that even when they go to our high schools in the district, they feel like they're prepared.
And I'm glad that you mentioned that, because I know that you're coming from like a community school where it's a smaller environment, learning environment, then going into a high school where it's like you can have a lot of students there. And so I'm glad you spoke on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Medina. Mrs. Alexander?
First of all, thank you for the great presentation. It's always good to hear where you start and where you're going, and the consistency in terms of just the overall vision and then the pillars. And what was really impressive is the kids, the scholars, they're speaking that. And what I would also like to say to the scholars, the fact that they know how to communicate and how they're connecting, because they're connecting not only the vision, but just their overall goals and what they've accomplished, and they're proud about it. And it's okay for the young man to say, I'm smart. You are smart, but it's great to connect and acknowledge where you come from and those that help you along the way. So I had a question though, because many of them are graduating in 2036, 2035. I know I'll be retired and I'll need a lot of help, and I know they're gonna be leaders, but I didn't really hear much about robotics. So could you tell us a little bit more about what you're doing in that space, and really touching upon STEAM, but just the future.
So I'm going to invite our Director of Education Technology, Joseph Gambino, to speak to, among other things, our partnership with Apple.
So we are part of Apple's Community Education Initiative, and so we have robotics and coding built into our middle school curriculum. So starting in 6th grade, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade scholars, as part of their science classes, are exploring how to program using iPads. And so they actually program a MeBot, how to dance. It's pretty awesome. And they also learn how to build their own app prototypes on the iOS ecosystem.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alexander. Mr. Tillman?
Thank you very much, and thank you all for coming out tonight. I do want to commend all the speakers who spoke tonight, especially the young students. You guys did a wonderful job. Let's give all those students a round of applause. I want to thank Dr. Fortune and her late father. I remember meeting with them before the school began, and the meeting was always reflected on the meeting because she called her dad daddy, and in the meeting, just the love she had for her father was amazing. He was a superintendent in California for a long time, so I had a lot of respect for your dad. So I just want to thank you for the work that you've done throughout the years. You have a knack for picking the right people. Rafi Bell was in my Black Future Leaders program for 4 years. He sure was. So I remember him fondly. The one thing I remember about Rafi Bell, I think he got accepted to like 40 colleges, and I don't know how many offers that he had throughout the United States. So you guys have a great leader there in Mr. Bell. And I'd like to thank past board member Hardy Brown and Cheryl Brown. I'd be remiss if I didn't admit that before I ran for office, I met in their house. And they encouraged me to run for office, gave me a lot of information. So I commend them for the work that they've done throughout the years here in the community of San Bernardino. And I think because of their work, they deserve to have the school named after them. So just want to commend you all for that, and thank you for coming out tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Ms. Aviles Grande?
Well, thank you. I just want to say a couple things. Also, I honor the Cheryl and Mr. Brown. I mean, you're just legend. I grew up here from the 70s on, and I was there. I saw, your legacy grow. So I'm so excited to be here today. And I still get, movie star beats from the both of you. I do. I was like, oh, those are the Browns. In Sacramento, Cheryl Brown was like it. In Sacramento, it's like crazy. But anyway, I learned all that as a ASI president at Cal State. So my question is this, I was so impressed with all of your students and how they commanded the microphone and they just exude this leadership. I just want to make sure we capture that. And my question is if they're being made aware of student leadership roles in the future in high school or college, ASB, ASI, and some colleges, they even have stipends for those positions. So I myself was ASI president at Cal State San Bernardino in from 97 to 2000. And those were at the time, I think, 10,000 and 12,000 additional funds a year for students to go to school. Now that's up there, doubled, So I just want to say that so we can capture their advancement in public speaking, student leadership, and you can just tell they just exude that. So do you have some kind of program or something you do at your school already at some level?
Well, let me say as one student body president to another, you all had it better in the CSU than the UC. I don't remember getting a stipend at UC Berkeley, where I was student body president. But one of the wonderful things, and I'll invite Mr. Bell to talk about this, is that in addition, when our students run for student government at the campus, they run to be the NAACP Youth Council, which is an officially recognized youth council. It's got a number and everything from the California State NAACP. They also become the student government. And we take our scholars to a college field lesson every year, starting in kindergarten. And many times we have an opportunity to interface with student government as the kids go on these tours and have a long-standing relationship. But it was Mr. Bell's school leadership project when he earned his administrative services credential through Fortune School, because we are a school of education and we credential teachers and administrators for over 50 school districts to create a middle school environment. So I would love you to both speak to the relationships with student governments, which is a direct response, but also how you built student government at the school.
So as Dr. Fortune mentioned, our NAACP Junior Youth Council, in partnership with our NAACP San Bernardino chapter, we are cultivating, obviously, awareness of social justice issues, but also, so part of what they do when we meet weekly, they talk about what they're going to do to impact their communities. But then another aspect is what they're going to do to impact the school environment. And so since I've been, as Dr. Fortune mentioned, my project when I was in the administrative credential program has been to give the students an opportunity to make a difference and build their agency. And so that's what we're focused on doing in our leadership program. A lot of the leaders spoke tonight, so thank you for this opportunity. Our president was the one who we called on to lead. Thank you, Ms. President Ceballos. That was our president of our NAACP who led in the pledge. And so these opportunities are important for us to make sure that they have an opportunity to lead in real time. And then we have an AVID program. All of our scholars in our middle school take AVID, and a part of that AVID initiative is college and career readiness. And so we even tonight, as you asked that question, I thought of Mr. Beard, who's one of the executives at Walmart. He came in. He's one of our parents. He's here tonight. But we call on parents to speak to our scholars and expose them to their careers. And so he came in. We have weekly meetings, assemblies. And so we look forward to bringing parents in and community members to expose our scholars to opportunities.
Thank you. Up next, we have Mr. Jones.
Mrs. Grande already kind of asked the question I was going to ask, and then you answered about AVID. My question was going to ask about AVID. Do you guys have an AVID program? But every question has been answered already, so thank you for that. And also, I would just like to express my gratitude towards the students. Each student came up and spoke very well, so I definitely give you guys amends for that. And you guys worked really well to make sure that they all came up here and had their speech ready, and they were all ready to go. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Mr. Santos?
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to congratulate your students as well. They were awesome speakers tonight. And the one thing that I caught on, class of 2036, that means if they're in the 6th grade, they're quoting their college graduation class. That is awesome.
Well, I think everything has been said. Really impressed. Scholars, you did an amazing job. I was really impressed, and that speaks to, the level of work, the high expectations. I'm a true believer of high expectations. I have my stepson that last year he almost failed every single class last year, 9th grade, and now he's in 10th grade. And I raised the bar, I raised the expectation, and he has A's and B's this year. So, I am a true believer that they can do it. We just have to hold them and let them know that they can, and then support that. And I think you guys are doing a wonderful job in that regard. I'm quite a little jealous, actually. I have an 18, so that's my stepson. I have an 18-year-old as well, and I wish I would have known about your school and your program when my son was, little. So thank you for everything that you're doing. And I do have just one question in regards to enrollment and applications. Do you guys have like a waiting list? How does that work each year? Do you get more students trying to enroll than what you have capacity for, or?
We do not have a waiting list. We're able to take all of the students who are interested in coming to the school. We have grown, although the preschool is not a part of the charter school, it's an independent preschool. We've grown all the way down to 2 years old. And so many of those parents end up sending to TK. But we are open enrollment and enrolling now. So we're glad to be able to take all the students who are interested in our school.
So for the community that's listening, if they wanted to look your, charter school up and they wanted to enroll, they would just show up to your door or look you online.
Go to fortuneschool.us. That's fortuneschool.us. And then look under charter schools for Hardy Brown. And that's the way to apply. And we have recruiters that will respond immediately.
And I'm also a big supporter of options, that makes us as a district want to achieve higher, right? We need to do better, otherwise competition comes. And so thank you for providing that healthy competition as well. And we challenge accepted.
Well, we also appreciate the partnership for these many years. It truly has been a partnership. So thank you, and we'll be back soon. All right.
Thank you so much. At this point, the public hearing is now closed. So once again, thank you everyone for coming out. You are more than welcome to stay and accompany us in the rest of our meeting, but we will not take offense if you want to leave at this point also.
We will go ahead and clear the hall of our students. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And at this time, we will move to closed session, 5.1 closed session public comments. Do we have any?
We do not.
All right, we will adjourn to closed session. Uh, uh, all right. Welcome back. All right, so we're gonna go to 5.2 closed session agenda. We're not now back in open session. 6.1 action reported from closed session. 6.1 consideration and adoption of resolution elimination / layoff and or reduction in service of classified personnel. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Mr. Santos. Vote, please. Did it pass and just not showing up? Yeah. Okay, motion carries. 6.2 certificated non-reelects. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Mr. Santos. Vote, please. Motion carries. Be it resolved, the Board of Education has determined on an individual basis that the certificated employees' identification numbers CR-CERT, HR-CERT-25-26-06, HR-CERT 25-26-09, HR-CERT 25-26-10, and HR CERT 25-26-12 be given notice prior to March 15, 2026 that their employment with the district not be renewed for the 26-27 school year pursuant to Ed Code 44929.21, and the superintendent or his designee is hereby authorized to give written notice of this action prior to March 15, 2026 pursuant to Ed Code 44929.21. 6.3 certificated reassignment vice principals. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Mr. Santos. Vote, please. Mr. Tillman and Mr. Santos. It carry. Be it resolved, the Board of Education has determined that the certificated employee identification number HR CERT 25-26-04 be given notice prior to March 15, 2026 that they may be released from assignment as a vice principal effective at the end of the 25-26 school year and reassigned to an assignment consistent with his or her credential authorization effective at the beginning of the 26-27 school year. And the superintendent or his designee is hereby authorized to give written notice of this action pursuant to Ed Code 44951. 6.4 certificated reassignment principal.
Moved. Second.
Moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Mr. Santos. Vote, please. Sure. Mr. Santos?
Aye.
Ms. Abeles Grande? Mr. Tillman? Ms. Medina?
Aye.
And Mrs. Alexander? Motion carries. Be it resolved, the Board of Education has determined that the certificated employee identification number HR CERT-25-26-03 be given notice prior to March 15, 2026 that he or she may be released from assignment as a principal effective at the end of the 25-26 school year and reassigned to an assignment consistent with his or her credential authorizations effective at the beginning of 26-27 school year. And the superintendent or his designee is hereby authorized to give written notice of this action pursuant to Ed Code 44951.
Move.
Sorry, that was the readout of the previous. 6.5, student recommended for expulsion, excluding mandatory offenses, but remanded to youth court for other means of correction. Now you can move, Mr. Tillman.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Mrs. Alexander. Vote, please. Mr. Santos?
Aye.
Ms. Abeles Grande? Aye. Okay. Be resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of facts of positive youth development and orders the suspension or expulsion of the student with ID numbers as listed in accordance with board rules and regulations and in compliance with Ed Code Section 48900. 6.6, readmit of expulsion of students. Do I have a motion?
Move.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Mr. Santos. Vote, please. We did receive the vote notification. Yeah. Oh, yeah, motion carries. Oh, that was 6.5. Thank you. 6. Roll call. Mr. Santos? Ms. Abeles Grande? Mr. Tillman? Mrs. Medina?
Aye.
Mrs. Alexander?
Aye.
And Myra, aye. Be it resolved, the Board of Education authorizes the readmission of the students with ID numbers listed to schools of the San Bernardino City Unified School Districts in accordance with board rules and regulations and in compliance with Ed Code Section 48900. 6.7, petition to expunge, rescind, sealing of records, or modify youth court or expulsions.
Move.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Ms. Medina. Vote, please. It's okay. Thank you. Motion carries. 6.8, other closed session action. There is no additional action at this time. 7.0, student board members. Unfortunately, it got late and they had to leave. So 8.0, board discussion. 8.1, Social Lights Inc. Annual Battalion Scholarship Program. The board will discuss and potentially approve a possible sponsorship for the annual Battalion Scholarship Program on March 20, 2026. So I'll open discussion at this point. Mr. Tillman?
Yes, I would like to support the Battalion and do a sponsorship of $2,000.
Okay, I have a motion for 2,000. Do I have a second? Okay, Mr. Tillman motioned, and Miss Abigail Abeles Grande, thank you. Second. And then Miss Medina.
For this, I was just curious because I didn't see, am I looking at the wrong one? Oh, here's the attachments. How many students will be they supporting during this event? How many of our students will be participating? Three?
From San Bernardino.
3 from San Bernardino? Oh, 2? 3. So there's 3. Yeah.
There's 3 students from San Bernardino City Unified School District, 1 from Cajon, Indian Springs, and Sanji. Thank you.
Okay.
And the Sanji student is Ivron, our student board member.
They've been doing it for many, many years. I was in Boat City in 1981, so
Okay.
it's a great program to give a bunch of scholarships.
All right. Thank you. I was just clarifying on that. Thank you.
Mr. Tillman, was your light back on?
No, that's it.
Ms. Alexander? Okay. Vote, please.
Mrs. Alexander?
Oh,
Is it a recusal or?
Motion carried.
Thank you. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves 2000 sponsorship for the annual Battalion Scholarship Program. Nine action items. 9.1 personnel report.
As presented.
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Mrs. Alexander. Vote, please.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves personnel report. 9.2 compensation for school board member Scott Wyatt.
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Ms. Medina. Vote, please.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves compensation for board member Scott Wyatt for the March 3rd, 2026 board meeting due to his attendance at the Capitol Conference in San Diego, March 1st through the 4th, 26, and his participation in the Pacific Islander Advisory Presentation. 9.3 2026 California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly Election. The official ballot for the election of representatives to CSBA's Delegate Assembly has been received and must be postmarked on or before March 16, 2026. Because of our large student enrollment, the San Bernardino City Unified School Board has already appointed 2 representatives. There are 6 vacancies in the San Bernardino County Subregion 16B. The 7 individuals listed are candidates for the vacancies. The board as a whole may vote for no more than 6 representatives. The names are Christina Behringer, Snowline Joint Unified School District, Amanda Buchanan, Apple Valley, Tom Courtney, Lucerne Valley, Evelyn Dominguez, Rialto USD, Cindy Gardner, Rim of the World, Stephanie Lewis, Rialto, Scott Wyatt, SBC USD. Do I have a motion?
I move.
Because there's 6.
Yeah, I thought it was, that's what I was.
There's 7.
Oh, I see. Yeah, sorry about that. Counted wrong.
I like to pick Scott and Stephanie. Those are the two I know.
I would like to second. So I agree with Scott and Stephanie Lewis, Scott Wyatt and Stephanie Lewis. I would like to add Cindy Gartner.
Okay, so Scott, Stephanie, Cindy. I personally would like to add Evelyn.
And you don't have to do all 6, so.
All right, so I guess. You want to add her? Okay. So Amanda, Evelyn, Cindy, Stephanie, and Scott are 5. So can I get a?
So moved.
Thank you. Yes.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Ms. Medina. Oh.
Karen, can you repeat the names again, please?
No, we said
Stephanie.
So it was 5.
Scott, Stephanie, Cindy, Evelyn, and Amanda.
Yeah, Amanda, Evelyn, Cindy, Stephanie, and Scott.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, correct.
Thank you. Be resolved, the board has selected the following candidates: Amanda, Evelyn, Cindy, Stephanie, and Scott. 10.0 consent items. 10.1 approval of consent list. The following items are grouped as a consent list for receipt and approval as one vote. Are there any items to be pulled?
Make a motion for it. So moved.
Second. Moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Mrs. Alexander. And then are there any items now to be pulled? Thank you. Seeing none. Can I get a vote, please? Thank you. 11.0 reports and comments by union organizations. 11.1 San Bernardino Teachers Association.
No report.
11.2 California School Employees Association.
No report.
11.3 Communication Workers of America.
No report.
And 11.4 San Bernardino School Police Officers Association.
No report.
12.0 mandated policy revisions. The following policy revisions have been reviewed and approved by the California Department of Education for the purposes of clearing the federal program monitoring review findings. 12.1 approval and adoption of board policy 5125 student records. It's okay. Then whenever you guys are ready, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. And I thought it said motion carried, right? Okay, awesome. Thank you. 12.2 approval and adoption of board policy 5145.9 hate motivated behavior. Can I get a motion?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Mr. Santos. Vote please.
Mrs. Medina?
Be resolved, the Board of Education approves and adopts BP 5145.9 hate motivated behavior. 12.3 adoption of board policy 5141 healthcare and emergencies. Can I get a motion?
Moved.
Second.
Sorry, who moved? Mrs. Alexander? Ms. Medina? Oh, Mrs. Alexander motion, Mr. Tillman second. Vote please. Mr. Tillman and second by Mrs. Alexander. Motion carries. 13.0 reports and comments. 13.1 board members. Do I have any volunteers?
I'll go.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just
Go
wanted
ahead.
to commend the folks who put on the Black History Bee, the Delta Road chapter of the National Sorority of Phi Delta Kappa. They held it at San Antonio High School, and it was a great event. And the students were amazing. The enthusiasm, their you can tell they put a lot of time and effort in practicing. They memorized the entire packet, and just a sense of competition was great. But the content that they were learning and the knowledge of the poems and the facts is going to be beneficial for all the student bodies for years to come. So I want to commend the organization for putting on, and the coaches in the district for working with their particular schools and for the competitions. It was just a wonderful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Anybody else that would like to go next? Mrs. Abeles Grande?
I just wanted to share a couple of events that I went to, actually more like 4. It was the one that really was just wonderful, absolutely wonderful, was the 4th annual San Bernardino Unified School District Natural Hair Day. And I haven't been able to make it this last few years, but I was really, really happy that I was there this year. And Dr. Greer was, I think, was in charge of that with this time, if I recall. It was amazing, and the music, the children that came out to speak, they were 2nd, 3rd, 4th grade, and they were powerful speakers already. And the content, it just brought tears to your eyes, and the music and the dancing, and the vendors were out of this world. I'm wearing a hat I purchased that day, so had to come with a hat. That, and then the of course, the Eloise Reyes swearing-in ceremony. I know Miss Alexander was there, and it was just a wonderfully festive day. But it was actually also a very serious day. It was very somber. We were so glad to see her doing so well, and she looked so refreshed and strong and ready to fight the good fight for us all again. And then there was the lunar moon celebration downtown. I hope some of you made it down there and had that long squirrely potatoy thing on the end. We had to try one of those, and that was a lot of fun. And the dragon parade and the dancers, it was just wonderful seeing the children. And then, of course, this brings to my unforgettable trip for the cash award ceremony, which our very own Tom Pace won a very, very prestigious award for help our district really shine. The CASH stands for Coalition for Adequate School Housing, and that was in Sacramento. And thanks to Jennifer Dubon and Nellie Carbon's facilities management that took care of me and made sure I was safe and fed and well received. And I hadn't had that much attention in a long time. It was great. And they arranged along with the Capital Advisor group, Kevin Gordon, who does a lot of work for our district. He arranged a tour, a personal tour with the Sacramento, with the Capitol. And we got to speak to David Bowman, who is the reading clerk. And we did take pictures, so there's one I'll be sharing with you next time. It was very, very exciting. And so I'm exhausted and really happy at the same time. And I'm off to Kabe tomorrow. That's it.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I'll go.
Mrs. Alexander, thank you.
Sure. I'd like to first start off with my congratulations. Congratulations to the San Bernardino High School water polo team. I think it's absolutely amazing, and especially the history that was set with their championship, the women's team. Also for the team music workshop for their presentation, I thought it was extremely informative of what all they're doing and what they're doing in terms of the look ahead, and really appreciate them coming out today, giving us the update. Also to the Hardy Brown Charter School, thank you for your update as well, and the scholars that, but their presentation was amazing, and the big words that they were using, I really thought that was awesome, because words are powerful. I also would like to say congratulations to Honey Cooper. We saw the recognition she received for her admission into Valley College, and just what her whole family. So thank you, and want to continue to encourage her. I see an opportunity too, because I think with the visibility and the recognition that Honey received was great. I have friends from all over just sending me that link, and it also opened up the opportunity for, there's several other students that we are now hearing about, and maybe we have heard about, but I would like to make a recommendation that we establish some type of portal or revisit what we have to capture that information when students are doing things outside of, not so much the norm, but if they're going to colleges outside of our dual enrollment program. But my understanding is that we have other scholars that are enrolled in programs that perhaps they're not receiving recognition. But I think we need to think about how we capture that information and who captures it, if it's something that we need to sit down with parents to have a conversation with, where it's a way to capture that and people don't feel as if we're not recognizing our students. I know it's a lot. We were talking about a lot of scholars, but I'd like to make a recommendation for us to at least start with evaluating what we have. If we're establishing a way, if we have to establish some type of system to capture that information, and do so. But let's first see what we have. I also attended the Phi Delta Kappa Black History Bee. I was actually a judge, and the students were amazing. I was a judge for the afternoon Black History Bee, and I agree. The coaches, their time spent, in addition to being in the classroom, just want to give them recognition. The students were great. They were reciting poems that I don't even know. And I thought I couldn't say off the top of my head, so I was very impressed. and even the history. But thank you to the ladies of Delta Road chapter, the Phi Delta Kappa chapter. Great job to just continue that legacy of 47 years, I believe. Is that correct, Danny? Was it 47 years? And that's history right there, because we've actually, their chapter has set the foundation for many other chapters. And then we had a parent here from Newmark. I would like to make a recommendation that we look into that situation related to the lack of professionalism. I don't know. There was a lot of examples given, but I don't think we spoke to her. So I think we need to follow up on that particular situation. I also attended the Natural Hair Day. That was amazing. What stands out the most is that it's not about your hair. It's about the confidence that's being instilled in just us as people, and really recognizing the beauty within as well as the exterior. But great job to Lawrence Hardy, who is over family engagement, working underneath Dr. Greer, for continuing the tradition and making the impact not only on our students and our scholars, but beyond, because that the community that was present was from all over. And then I attended the AI Agentic Center at the Bebop Center. And I bring that up because it's the first one in our region. And Karen, I'm going to make a recommendation that I'll give you the information, but I want to open up to the board if you all want to go in and check it out yourself, just to see what it is. But it's at the Bebop Center, and possibly it's an opportunity space for our students and collaborate. But I think first for the board, if my colleagues can go look at it and you can see for yourself. But it was very impressive just to go to the ribbon cutting and then also to read about what they're doing in that space. And then lastly, congratulations to Senator Gomez-Reyes. I did attend that with Mr. Komnick as well as with Mary Ellen. And we had the pleasure of hearing the Honorable Dolores Huerta, which was very impressive and amazing, along with Senator Gomez-Reyes. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alexander. Mr. Santos?
Sure, why not? Yeah, I attended 2 events. One event was in Sacramento, the CASH conference, but I was there for a day just for the awards. So we had 2 buildings, Pacum Pacum and Francis Grice, being awarded. So they were 2 great things, of course, as our superintendent, San Bernardino shining, San Bernardino City Unified shining. So that was wonderful. And I also had the wonderful experience at North Park Elementary School, the Black History Living Museum tour, which is really, really cool. All of those students, there were a lot of students, they all chose someone in the history of the U.S., in the Black history of the U.S., and they knew who their person was, and you walk to each student and they would tell you about that. I had one young lady who even was dressed in her person, which was really, really cool, and she had 3 whole pages of history, which was wonderful. But all of the students were great, and it was a great event. Thank you to Mrs. Houston for inviting us, and Mrs. McQueen, who was very welcoming at North Park. I think it was a great event. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Ms. Avalos, you wanted to mention something else?
Yes, I would be remiss if I didn't just say thank you, Kimbark Elementary, for your amazing, fantastic career day. And I turned to see who else came in to speak, and it was the mayor. So Mayor Helen and I had a moment together. It was pretty cool, because I went up there and talked about how when I was little, I wanted to be a horse, then I became a teacher. And she talked about how she wanted to be a teacher, And I go, so did you grow up to be a horse? She goes, no, I grew up to be mayor. But she said, believe in yourself and you can be anything. I said, that's what my mom said till I told her I wanted to be a horse. Anyway, there you go.
Thank you, Ms. Medina. All right, and I also don't have any comments. I just want to say I forgot at the beginning of the meeting to mention that both Superintendent Arellano and Dr. White weren't here today because they were both in San Diego at the Capitol Conference, in case anybody was wondering. But I don't have any comments either, and he won't be having any comments unless somebody has comments on his behalf. All right, so we'll move right along. 14.0 summary of board members' requests.
Good evening. Tonight we have two requests. The first request is from Mrs. Alexander. She spoke about the recent article about a young elementary student who is dually enrolled in college. She's requesting information on how we currently capture and document information on high achieving students, who is currently responsible for collecting and maintaining that data, and whether our existing processes are sufficient. She would like us to first evaluate our current systems and, if necessary, establish a more formal process for identifying and tracking students who demonstrate exceptional academic achievement. The second request is also from Mrs. Alexander. She's recommending that the district review and look into the public comment regarding the parent complaint at Newmark Elementary School and report back as appropriate. Thank you.
Awesome. 15.0 meeting adjournment. 15.1.
Moved. Second.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned. Have a good night, everyone.